Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. It's a public holiday here in Australia, but that's not going to stop us from doing some dev today on Insignia. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat already on Twitch and on YouTube, and those of you who are watching in the VOD. Biggest thank you of all to the Real M Rat for the most recent follow, and KaiCool13 for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. And welcome. I don't know what's going on with the light here. I don't know what's the green screen's not having a good time, but that's that. I think my lamps are just warming up because I just got here. So yeah, we're getting started today. I've been out at lunch actually, and mostly been working on bits and pieces for the game over the weekend, focusing for the most part on what. Did it just get darker in here? I don't know what just happened. Let's see if I can get that lit up a little bit more. Focusing on playing Mina the Hollower over the last little while. And I've been having fun with it. It's been good. Let's see if I can brighten this up. Yeah, I've sort of been having fun with it. I'm almost done. I'm at the last boss, I think. So it's certainly been an experience that I have enjoyed. I recommend it. What is going on here? What's happening? Excuse me. Can you please just... Okay. Yeah, it's been an experience that I've enjoyed, and probably, I mean, like if I wasn't making a game, I'd probably go into New Game Plus. But at the moment, I'm a little bit obviously preoccupied with other things, so I'm trying to just get through it. We could talk a little bit about it, my like sort of review. Also, we've had the Summer Games Fest over the weekend too, and I've been checking out a lot of the updates and things coming through there. I actually haven't seen what's come out of the Xbox presentation, but I'm sure someone will bring it up throughout the stream. We could look into it quickly. Let's first take a quick, maybe we'll do like a quick drive-by of Mina the Hollower. Just give my thoughts on it. So, why don't we do that right friggin' now? All right, so I played Mina the Hollower last week, and I think this game is a triumph. Like, genuinely, this is probably one of the best pixel art games I think I've ever played, ever. In terms of its art and how that art works in the game and how the art style affords for gameplay, just in that regard, it's incredible. I mean, it's just a complete achievement. And Yacht Club have just like totally knocked it out of the park. They're totally in their wheelhouse, and they're making incredible strides in terms of just like amazing, low bit pixel artwork. Just incredible. Like, I mean, that's all there is to say on that front. I like the character designs. I like the town. I like the effects. I like the UI. I like everything about this game when it comes to how the pixel art is implemented. I mean, even these moments here, like, there's just so much, I guess the word is confidence in how the pixel art is used in this game. So as a pixel artist, it's a real treat. As a game designer, I will say off the top that like Link's Awakening and kind of like the top-down Zeldas are not my absolute favorites, and there are things that this game does in that genre space and ways that it tries to push the genre that I'm not sure are like amazing successes, but they don't stop the game from being amazing. It's just they're kind of like, I guess they're just moments of critical, as a designer, critical comments that I would make on the design approach and kind of where they landed on a lot of things. But certainly, like, the game works. I mean, it's an amazing game. It's really fun. I'm at the end of it, like I said. I haven't quite beaten the final boss, but I've done a lot of the optional content, and I'm at max level. So as far as that, it's good. It can't be lower than an 8 out of 10 for me to say all of this stuff. I mean, the music is incredible. It's like probably, again, one of the best soundtracks in a game that looks like this. Jake Kaufman, again, knocking it out of the park. One of the things this game does that I absolutely cannot get over is how well this game creates incidental moments of story, just little tiny fragments of story that exist within one screen. A certain character, their location, a mechanic, an interaction. So much of this game has these tiny little beats that make for interest that doesn't survive, more than a screen or two, but is always fresh. Like, the game is just constantly fresh with the way that it tells story. Even this NPC, it's incredible how much novel stuff there is in this game. As you walk past the provisioner's shop, his hand will reach out of the building and grab you and pull you in. Little just moments of oh wow, that's surprising. Delight and surprise in this game is off the charts. So again, as a game experience, I think if I was a kid playing this for the first time, if this was one of my first video games, I would be, I think it's like an instant classic in that regard. It would be I'd be like a lifelong fan. There are, what else can I say that I like? I mean, I like the game feel. Even this, right? This guy, he mugs you, takes your money, and you have to chase him around. So yeah, in terms of the game and how it uses pixel art, I guess one thing I could say is I like the palette. I like the contrast. I like how clear the game is. And I think for the most part, even the platforming works pretty well. A lot of the game does what it's trying to do, like I said, very masterfully. The tiny characters are very readable, enemy animations are pretty good, the telegraphing, all of that kind of stuff is pretty good. I love the way that the tiles get mixed and matched in this game to create interesting scenes, and the game doesn't get too obsessive about the tiles meshing. So, this gray color that this headstone is up against, the game doesn't care that there's contrast there. If I was in Insignia, I'd be trying to get rid of that to make it this green color, and I'd be using transparency and all this nonsense. But the game very confidently just says, well, this is what we're doing. This is the palette. This is the tile palette. And it has this sense, it kind of reminds me of a game that is like a Lego diorama. That's the sense that I get. Not just in the art design, but in the way that the game is playful. There's so many little moments of just fun that come from the scene being composed of tiles that all behave a certain way. So I really like that aspect of it. I think notably, there's a lot of off-grid pixel art in this game, and it doesn't bother me at all. This hover is off-grid. The player character's off-grid. All the movement is off-grid, but it's very smooth and it makes for good gameplay, I think, given how active this game is. I want to get into some criticisms. So, this game is demanding. It's challenging. And it's challenging in a way that I think some ways I quite like, and I get where it's going, and I appreciate those ways that it's difficult. And some ways it's difficult in ways that I wish it wasn't. So as a designer who's also working on an action adventure, I have some criticisms about the way that Mina handles progress. I have some criticisms about the way that it handles branching content or optional content, and how combat is affected by that progress. So Mina is it's an action game, right? And progress in this game comes in two forms. It's an RPG, and it's also, I guess, like an adventure game in that there are, let me see if I can just go to somewhere more fun. It's an RPG, and it's an action game in that, and an adventure in that you get XP when you play the game, right? So when you defeat enemies, you get money. The money contributes to, well, their bones. The bones contribute to a figure. When you cross a certain threshold, you level up and you put points in a specific stat. So it's clearly an RPG in that regard. And so a lot of the progress in terms of like doing more damage, taking less damage, you know, your mana, that's just beat enemies and you'll level up. But the rest of the progress is in gear. And the gear in this game is there's a lot of it, and it's very spread out. But it's also critical to succeeding in this game. And from a design perspective, what I noticed is that a lot of the game's design feature, like a lot of what gives it character, where it pulls its power economy from, is in taking aspects of what you would consider like quality of life, like convenience or power or utility, and putting them behind items. Now, I think that's a very typical way of doing game design, right? It's almost like a given that you design that way, because for something to be useful, it has to have utility, and for you to want unlocks, you have to not have that utility at the start. So if I take something away that you need, then it'll feel good when I give it to you. But this game does that at every level. Like every single possible thing you could want in an adventure game, even as a start, this game takes away from you. So a map, for example, doesn't give you a map unless you physically go and spend money to unlock it. Healing, like you would expect a potion in a game like this. If you look over here, this is your health. In this game, what do I have to do here? In this game, this red line is where your health ends, and this is what's called plasma. This is like the health that you will get back if you use a potion. But in this game, when you take damage, that plasma level is 0. So you don't heal by using a potion. You only heal the damage that you've done to enemies since you last got hit. And that I found to be very restrictive as an early game mechanic. And in fact, you have to unlock the ability for the potion to heal right out the gate. Like for it to heal a certain fixed amount at a minimum, you have to get an item to do that. The dodge roll, there's no iframe dodge roll until you get an item that does that, which you have to find. You can't just pay for it. Different options to upgrade weapons. Everything in this game is based around effectively explorable item upgrades, things that you find in the world that make the game a little bit easier. And I think that again, mechanically, conceptually, that's fine. But to me, the extent to which it does that and then expects you to have those items, to me, I found to be a little bit punishing in a way that I didn't feel like I could be responsible for as a player. So what I mean by that is there is an item you get in this game that I would say if you don't have it, you should get it immediately. Like it's a must-have item, and it's basically a second chance. So when you die in this game, you have what are called sparks. Sparks are these little orbs that sit on the end of your health bar. For every spark you have, when you die to an enemy, the spark gets left with the enemy. And then later on, if you kill the enemy back, you get the spark back. But if you waste all of your sparks and die, you lose all of your currency, which can be really punishing at the later levels because it takes a lot to level up. So not dying is really important in this game. But because the game has like contact damage with enemies and you don't get to heal straight away, you know, anytime you fall into the water, that's 25% of your health, you know, at the start of the game that you just lost. And you can't heal it back until you do damage to an enemy. And the enemies move around, and there are a lot of them oftentimes in scenes. So like that death there, that person, they just lost 250, you know, whatever. So it's punishing, especially early on in the game before you have those items. And like I was saying, there's an item that gives you like a second chance. It refills your health almost to full whenever you die for one chance. Like you get one chance to basically get a second life. That item is missable. It's not a mandatory item. You can definitely not get it. And it's kind of like a little bit, you sort of have to do something that's a bit unintuitive in the game to get it. But if you don't have it, like you are kind of screwed in the first half of the game. And I just found personally that level of, I guess, like, because the game is punishing and because it offers you these items, I found myself with a gameplay strategy of, I guess I have to scrape every corner of every room to make sure I'm not missing these key items, because if there's even one that I miss that the game expects me to have, I'm going to have a really bad time that I don't need to have. Like, it's already hard. I don't need it to be even harder because I've missed something or forgotten something or didn't see something that the game wants me to see. And unfortunately, like this is it's really easy to miss things in this game. And it's not, it's hard for me to explain other than to some degree, it's the art style. To some degree, it's just like the way that the top-down nature of the game, or just the way that it expresses itself. It's very easy to completely miss things that are really important. So like this level transition here, right? Like I said, there's no map. If you don't walk down through this passageway, you miss the second dungeon of the game. Straight up. You have to, there's no signposting here, right? There's no thing that says, massive zone below this space. You don't have a map, so you don't know that there's a gap here in the map to explore here. This is just a random passage of water in a random screen in an open zone that you happen to have one of 50, west of the town. But if you don't travel south, you miss the whole second dungeon. And it's things like that I found very punishing as a player, finding out like way later, like, oh, if I didn't, like, how would I know that? How would I know that that's where I needed to go? There's nothing, the game doesn't tell you any of this stuff. So yeah, I just found, for me at least, there must be a second entry because I didn't go that way this player went. For me, I found it very punishing I'll go to a different part. I found it very punishing to be playing parts of the game and not knowing whether I was supposed to, is it hard because it's supposed to be hard in this zone, or is it hard because I missed a major part of the game or an item or something critical that I should have already gotten by now. There was one particular moment, just to wrap up this point, where I spent a lot of currency, like what to me would have been like 2 or 3 levels worth of currency. Like I saved up a bunch of money and I spent it on what I thought would be like a fast travel system for the game. And it is a fast travel system for the game. But if you trigger a specific condition, you get sort of pardon the pun, railroaded into like a quest that's like a main quest, a main story part that if you happen, what should be like the 5th dungeon in the game, I did it like 3rd. So like I was maybe like 30% underleveled relative to where I needed to be for that section. And I didn't have a lot of the gear that I needed to have for that section. So when I did that section, it was really, really, really tough. Like I couldn't get hit more than a couple times before I just die. So definitely like that was something that I found a little disappointing. All of the amazing, for all the things this game does, very well. For me, the fact that I felt this way so much playing through the game, this like anxiety of like, am I doing this right? Did I go the right way? Did I miss something important? I spent a lot of time backtracking in ways that like weren't productive, for example. So it didn't feel great to have like spent time that, for example, didn't come back to me. Like in this game, you really just have to know what to do or figure out what to do, partly through luck and partly through, I mean, you could look at guides if you want, but yeah, just I think there were just parts that I would have much preferred for someone to tell me directly, go to this part of the game, than to spend like 2 hours, 3 hours doing something that was not the right way. Maybe because I'm like kind of time poor these days. So my time felt like very precious. Or it could just be preference. The other thing I wanted to say is on the topic of combat, I mean, there are aspects of this that just aren't my thing. So like for me, I'm not big on contact damage in games. I don't like when you take damage by being touched by enemies, because it kind of creates this very hit and run style of gameplay where it makes playing the game well reduced to essentially just zoning. You just have to like stand in a place where the enemy is not and put hitboxes where the enemy is. And I found that this game, for all of the really, really excellent enemy design that this game has, I felt like where that enemy design was reduced to contact damage and zoning, I just found myself thinking about, okay, how can I just make a build that makes me not have to deal with this enemy? How can I just set up my character so that I never have to take this game on its terms, because I don't like what it means to take the game on its terms. And that was, I think, unfortunate, because it means that you are turning off your brain in some contexts. It's more about the build than the tactics in combat. And I certainly felt like in the last section of the game, when it got really hard, there were times when I thought to myself, this would have been a really cool enemy encounter if I could be like if my strategy required me to engage with it. But the way that I'm set up right now, I just press the attack button and just let the numbers balance them out, and I'll win eventually. To me, I understand that for a lot of players, that's where the value is. Players like Dead Cells does that. You know, it's sort of like breaking the game is what the game's all about. But I really think that there was something deeper here if it was a bit more constrained. I found that there were moments where, especially in some of the bigger boss fights, the fight where I would win was because I was able to stand in the right spot for just 3 seconds longer than the game expected me to, and do so much damage that I don't have to deal with the fight. Just through like luck or stacking damage or getting lucky with invincibility, dice rolls, stuff like that. So I think those grievances aside, it's certainly like, again, this is one of the best games, I think, certainly of the year, but beyond that, probably one of the best games that's ever been released in this format. So it's hard for me to dock too many points because of those criticisms that I have that are mostly first impression style experiences. So yeah, to me, I think this is like a solid, it's like an 8.5 to a 9 out of 10 for me. On some areas like graphics, audio, it's 10, it's straight up a 10 out of 10. But purely in, I would say, combat and environment, how would I put it? Like player progression system, I would say the way those are implemented, those are more like a 7. And not because the ideas aren't there or the mechanics aren't there. It's more just that the game, so much of what makes it great can be missed or hidden or you could just accidentally skip it in ways that if you wanted to have a good experience, it's kind of just down to luck. So I think there'll be players who play this game and have a wonderful time, a really incredible experience, and they'll hit all the right beats at the right times. They'll grind just a little bit, to get where they need, or they won't have to grind because they'll have everything they need when they need it. And then there'll be players who, like me, fall between the cracks a little bit and spend a lot of time waiting for the game to show them something that they're looking for and not seeing it, like a miscommunication between the player and the game designer, purely because of just things not clicking because of bad luck. So for me, that what would be another 10 becomes a 7. In that mechanics, level progression, gear progression stat. But because the audio and sound and world design and everything is like a 10. For me, it's like an 8.5 to 9, maybe even 9.5 on a good day. Mina the Hollower, really good. It's an incredible game. You have to play it. It's a must play. At least once. I just think it's a very your mileage may vary experience. And so your mileage may vary. Had some questions come through. Given the very retro framing, how strongly would you interpret the game's lack of instruction as a signal that knowledge sharing is intended, like in the old Nintendo Power days? Hey, BG Souls, I would say that's obviously the expectation. Certainly the game is trying to hearken to those days. For me, the issue is that how would I put it? What I would expect, in fact, I might actually draw a graph for this. There's something in that, I guess, context that I would be very careful with as a modern game designer. I understand this idea of let's figure it out that way. But particularly what I would say is those things should be almost like hard gate related things, or things that are so trivial that they almost don't matter, but not in between. So if something is a major thing, but it's a secret, I think it's fine because everybody has to either discover it themselves or get told how to do it, and you can't miss it. You can't go around it. You have to do it. So those things I think are fine, as are things that aren't so critical that you don't need them. those are okay too, to be like word of mouth related. But for me, it's like, if you have something that looks like this, that's like a major must do or must get item, don't give me like 5 different ways to miss it and then expect me to have it here. That for me is like a game design sin. For example, this game has, like I mentioned before, like it's got a few regions, right? It looks kind of like this. This is like the region map. And this is where you start. And the first zone is here and the second zone is here. It's like kind of like the order you're supposed to do it is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. So that's the order that you're supposed to sort of do the dungeons in. And for me, I did it like my path was more like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So to me, this was really underwhelming as an experience because it was like a little bit harder than it should have been, extremely hard, a little easy now because I've actually just done that, and like way too easy, and then like appropriate. So 4 out of the 5 dungeons for me, or like 3 out of the 5 dungeons, it's not that I didn't know how to approach them when I found them and I needed someone to tell me how to do it. It's that I got through them in a way that left me with a bad taste in my mouth. And then I learned afterwards that I missed something or should have done a different thing. I don't mind a hard roadblock if it means that I eventually have the intended experience. But if I have a soft roadblock where it's like I can have the full experience and then someone says, oh, you missed this thing, then it's like, oh, so you mean everything I did from here on was like not the way that I was supposed to, or like not optimal, not even not optimal, but just like I missed, like I was expected to do this thing or have this thing by this point. And so now, like a couple of times what happened to me was like, I would learn about a thing that was like, I'm here, and someone's like, oh, wait, you mean you didn't get this thing from here? Oh, now you have to go back and do this and this and this and this and this in areas that you've actually already cleared before, because there are actually a bunch of other things now that you could have taken advantage of if you had done this thing which you missed. So like, if you have the right, if you fall in sync with the game's design, you'll go through every area once. If you're out of sync, you will retread the same pathways on, like, you know, with way less XP, trying to find the things that you missed the first time. I just don't like that experience, personally. Again, maybe because I'm kind of time poor these days, maybe because I didn't play a lot of NES and Atari games. I played Super Nintendo games. So those games were already a little bit better, like UX play tested. But for me, the way that you fix this is extremely simple, and I wish this game had it. And it's just with a map like this. Just let me see everywhere that I've been. That's it. Just give me a Link to the Past style map where I can see the screens that I've been to, and I can infer, oh, I haven't been here yet, I'll go try there. In that Metroidvania sort of space, having a map that's actually representative of the world is a genre convention, and it serves you, it serves a couple different purposes. If you have a map where you start here and this is the map, and you've done a bunch of content all the way here, the next thing you do is try here, right? And if you've somehow missed that, there's like a shape, there's like a hole that's like a level shaped hole here. You go, oh, I definitely have to try that. Or if in Animal Well's case, you can see quite clearly in Animal Well when you've missed a pathway, because there's like a literal visual way that you can see the gates you haven't crossed. So if you're in an area like here, when I'm looking at this, I'm quite confident that there's nothing for me here. There's nothing here, nothing there. So I know the next place I have to go is here. Right? There's like a, what's the word? You call it, it's like, what is the name of this thing? You sort of like zero in on where you have to go. It's like obvious. Even without telling you what's there, it's not telling you what's in this part of the map, but it's telling you that you should go and check there just by the disclosure of your own exploration, right? Like progressive disclosure, I think they call it. I really like that system because it's self-guided, it's non-spoilery, and it, like I said, exposes this kind of problem where it lets you see the obvious things that you missed. I wish I had something like that in Mina. I wish I had anything that would just let me like, from the start of the game, not something you unlock in the third act or anything like that. But Animal Well, I didn't have this problem with. Like, I really felt like with Animal Well, there are secrets, but you can tell where the secrets are. Do you know what I mean? Like, not how to necessarily solve them, but like where to start. You'll like stumble upon spaces where you think there must be a door here and I just haven't seen it yet. Especially as you fill it out. Other questions. Are these actual expectations in the game? They chose not to get the game in certain ways, so it was designed that each player's experience would be extremely varied. I think Pixel Expedition, I guess for me, this is like obviously my subjective opinion. I think that it wouldn't have hurt the game for the player experience to be a little bit more guided in such a way that at the very least, if there are going to be like must-have items, that those be on the main player path. Like an unskippable boss gives you this item. Stuff like that, I think are really, really important. And it doesn't actually make the game worse for people who like to explore. It just makes the game not worse for people who could otherwise get lost. Just things like that. And I feel really bad for people who had it even worse than me. Like, when people say, like, oh, you need this weapon, like, the whole game changed. What it does, I think it frames the conversation very differently when you are having those conversations with your friends or with, like, me and my brother have been playing it side by side. I hate when I've beaten a boss and I go, man, that boss was so hard. And then he says, oh, that was really easy. I just used this. And I'm like, oh, well, you know, I would have used that if I knew that existed. I hate that feeling. I don't know. It's just like this like constant FOMO of, oh, you idiot, you didn't do this thing. And I think that especially if the game is like, if the player is looking for things, the game should reward them for that. I think that's the thing that I really like about Animal Well, that because Animal Well is such a flat progression game, you're never punished for the order in which you do things. That's the most critical thing in these kinds of games. If it's flat progression means like if in Animal Well, if you get the yo-yo before the disc, nothing happens. It's the same. If you get the slinky before the yo-yo, it's the same. You can do them in order and they're all equal. But in Mina, it's not like that at all. So if you do an early zone last, all of the XP that you get is like 10% of what you expect. Like you've been getting 200 XP, 200 bones off of each enemy. Now you're getting 5. And it's like, oh, I've wasted this content. I've ruined the content for myself because I don't get any of the rewards that I expect because I accidentally did something wrong. 3 hours ago. That I don't like feeling that way. So even if the game's supposed to be that way, I just don't like that feeling. So that said, like I said, like there's so much amazing stuff in this game. That aside, that I can't not recommend it because it's just that good of a game. I just really hate when those specific aspects. But yeah, otherwise it's great. There would have been just like 2 or 3 quality of life changes that I would have made that would have made the game much, much more enjoyable for me personally. But I'm not the designer, so. Yeah, potentially LMAO cat. And they're like snakes with like a knife in their mouth. And they like burrow underground with the knife up like a shark fin, and then they jump out. And like these, like the level 1 snakes are like green and they give you like 20 bones or whatever. And then there's like a red version of the same snake, right? So for me, to your point, what I would have done is like, well, just make whichever snake, if this one gives you 100 bones and does twice the damage, just if this is your like 3rd dungeon, spawn these ones. And if it's your 1st dungeon, spawn these ones. So just scale the enemies with the player rather than like they have the 2 enemies. They're already there. They already palette swap to make this one more difficult, but they're not bound to where you're at in the game. They're just locked in the zone where they are. So if you find the area where you fight these guys first and then fight these guys, it's just going to be a worse experience for you. I think that would have been helpful, yeah, for sure. That would have changed it for me, certainly. I think now I'm not Yacht Club, and I actually know some of the Yacht Club devs, but like not, I can't speak on their behalf when it comes to this kind of thing, obviously. I would say this is the kind of thing that to me feels like principle meets playtesting. So I think this is exactly how they wanted the game to be. But I think when you are the developer of a game like this, it can be very, 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 very hard to know what it feels like to play it for the first time. So if I made this game, I would be like, there's no way I could know how players feel playing it. Like, I know where all the good gear is. I know how to mitigate my experience. I'm playtesting it with gear. Like, I'm not going to playtest it as like a level 1 player. And I can't imagine what someone who's playing it for the first time even does. I don't know how they think about the map. And in this game, like, I want to be clear, the game doesn't give you, like, there's something incredibly valuable about a Metroidvania. When the Metroidvania says you are here, you know that if you go here for the first dungeon, you know that the second dungeon's probably over here somewhere, right? Like just as empathizing with the designer, your brain goes, oh, well, I went here. You don't know whether you're here or here or here or here. You don't know where the game world is relative to where you are. So you can't imagine where to go next because you don't even know where you are now. That experience, I think, is one that they probably didn't really have to come up against. And I think optimistically, you can kind of sit behind principle a little bit in that context. You can say, well, that's okay. Like, you're allowed to be lost in this game. That's what the game's about. And you'll probably find something cool in any direction you go. Aspirationally, I think that's a fair way to design a game. I just think with the rest of the design choices, particularly around combat and trinkets and XP, I think that it actually mattered a bit more, at least for me, it mattered a bit more than the designers probably expected it to. And for me, like, I've heard a lot about like, oh, well, the game has modifiers, you can bring the difficulty down. I don't want the difficulty to be lowered. I just want to do the things in the order that I was intended to, so that I'm fighting the hard content when I'm leading the late game and the easy content when I'm at the start of the game. And having options to make the game simpler kind of feels a little bit, using that as an excuse to make the game more playable, to me feels a bit like a cop-out. Not that the developers did that per se, but there's a difference between game balance and accessibility. Those are different conversations. And so for me, like, the accessibility question is kind of irrelevant to the game balance question and the player experience balance question. So it's not every game can be for everybody. And I think it speaks volumes about how good I think the game is, that I don't think it's for me, but I still think it's really good. Would you like to see enemies with a level number so you can tell if you're wandering in a zone that's too difficult? I mean, level... I can tell they didn't want to do that. That's the thing. We're talking about Mina the Hollower. I can tell that they wanted the game to have this kind of... I mean, Dark Souls does this, right? In Dark Souls, you start in the Undead Burg, and there's like the crypts down here with like graveyards and stuff, and then there's like Undead Burg up here, and then there's like lower what's it called, New Londo ruins down here. And you can go here and here, but it's not the only way to go, but it's like the only way that a player could conceivably be expected to go. I think Mina, the design goes like, it's kind of like referencing that. It's asserting that kind of experience where it's like, if you're having too much trouble, you can always turn around. But like, nah, because like the way back is really hard to find sometimes. There's not really like a, it doesn't have this, there's something about the level design in Mina that's like it feels like you're on a forward railroad. It's very directional. And once you're in a level, the concept of like going backwards through the level it just isn't very intuitive to the player. It sort of feels like you might as well stick it out, because you just know that like once you beat the boss, you're going to be somewhere that's going to give you a really fast way back to the beginning. So like you could fight against the current and go all the way back, or you could just like tough it out and like maybe you'll get through and like you'll wind your way back to the start anyway. So why go back through areas getting shitty XP and you know you're not going to get anything new here, just to reset and try somewhere else. So if you can kind of scrape through. The problem is that mindset also makes you miss a lot of stuff when you're just trying to rush ahead. And again, maybe it's me as a player who's just like that. But the level design, like I said, it's I don't know. Maybe I just had the wrong mentality. I'm open to that criticism. The problem is I did go back a lot, and it never felt like it was valuable for me. Like I found myself, I'd beat a boss and then I'd find myself back here and I'd go back through the level just in case I missed something and I wouldn't see anything particularly new. And it also does this thing where all of the currency that's in the level, after you've been through it once, if like there was a drop here, there's like a skull worth like 20 bones or something. Let's just say it's like a deer skull worth like 100 bones. The next time you come through here, it's the smallest currency. It's a 1 bone fragment. So like they're trying to stop you from grinding, but that also means that it's very fruitless to go through an area that you've already built, and you can blitz through and it's not a big problem. But early in the game, getting through the levels is actually a bit of a slog and quite risky. So I just felt like my incentives as a player and what the game wanted me to do were just like always a little bit out of step, which I don't know, just kind of made me anxious a little bit playing it. Again, I still think it's like a triumph of a game, and this isn't the only game I would say this kind of thing about. Like, you know, I have similar criticisms about like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. You know, we've all railed on Breath of the Wild for having like the gear system where all the weapons break. You know, we all complained about that. That's still like a 10 out of 10 all-time classic game. So I feel like a lot of these games, they all have their bears or whatever you call them. But that's life. That's video games. So would I play it again? Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's the kind of game you could definitely New Game Plus more than once. It did the thing that Dark Souls did for me, where as soon as I beat Dark Souls, my brain was like, I'm going to beat it again. And this time, because I know where everything is, I'm just going to do it in like half the time. Yeah, it has that sense about it. And I think, I mean, maybe there's an aspect of confidence there from the designers that they know that the world they've built is so charming that the first time people play it it's not the last time. So people will grow to love the world because they're going to spend time in it, and they will love knowing where all the stuff is. Like, I've played Dark Souls like 12 times, and only the first time was one where I didn't know where anything was. The other 11 playthroughs, I knew where everything was. So it's almost like if you expect people to replay the game and it's rough on that first playthrough, maybe they'll grow to love that, you know. In hindsight, it might become rose-tinted and might be really a lovely aspect of the game. So I'm not that confident as a game designer. And this game had like, I'm genuine when I say this. This game has an actually insane, Mina the Hollower has an insane amount of content in it. Like not just, when I say content, I don't just mean like levels, I mean like moments. This game has more moments in it than like any game I've ever played. Like more than like Breath of the Wild. This game, or more than Tears of the Kingdom. This game has like so many little interactions with NPCs that are just like one-off gags, or boss fights that just appear out of nowhere, or mechanics that just like exist for like just a little bit and then like don't overstay their welcome. Mini games that just pop up, things like that. This game is just like teeming with little nuggets, little bits of content that you just stumble into and then help you out a little bit. There's a lot of stuff here to really like. It's a really cool game, like genuinely one of the coolest confident game experiences I've ever had. And it makes me like super jealous because like I just know in Insignia I'm never gonna have the chance to even put in 20% of this level of stuff. Not to spoil the game, but like there's like a train moment. Like my game has a train, this game has a train. This game's train incident is just, it's just like the coolest I've seen in a video game, you know? And maybe because it's such lo-fi pixel art, they could do a lot of that stuff. There's some wild stuff that happens in this game. And a lot of it's really funny, like genuinely very funny, or sweet or interesting. The world is the best character in Mina the Hollower, and they've put so much love into it. So for me, that's the lasting impression, more than the like bitter taste in my mouth from some of the combat stuff. Dude, we could talk forever. I could talk about the direction, like the cardinal directions in the attack system. We talked a little bit about contact damage, but I could talk more about it. The weapon design. There's some really cool stuff in there. I just wish the packaging was just slightly different, because I think the negative criticism that it's going to get is going to cause some people to overlook it, and I hope that it doesn't. I hope that people don't do that. Because it has been getting negative criticism. If you look at it on Steam, it's very positive. It should be overwhelmingly positive. Hi. Hi, Sock. Whoa. Okay, that's very loud. This game should be overwhelmingly positive. The only reason it's not overwhelmingly right now is because there's like some negative criticisms about the difficulty. And I think it's going to be because of those things that I mentioned. It's just the desyncing. It's just the player not feeling like they're getting from the game what the game wants to give them. Yeah. Lameo Cat says, I wonder how much do you think you can show about Insignia so that it feels exciting to play for your viewers when it comes out? Insignia is a very different experience to Mina, if you mean like in the same sense that I was describing. The difference is Insignia's narrative is so much more plot driven, and the characters are so much more, there's much more dialogue. Mina is like a Dark Souls game. Like the characters talk at you. Mina has dialogue lines, but it's not like, Mina's character is not an aspect of the story in terms of like growth or like anxiety or fear or anything like that. And so it's not really dramatic in that way. And so for me, with Insignia, I expect the player to get a lot of value out of the story. Like literally playing it like a movie. So the same way, like I could show you plenty of story moments and you're not going to really understand the context. It's not going to ruin the game, is what I'm trying to say. It's not going to ruin the game for me to show off cool stuff that happens in it, because the story is, you know, the full story. Okay. I've talked a lot. Last stream, I was doing a lot of level creation, and I tried to flesh out the map, which I think I'm doing a decent job of. I need to do more of it. There's such a thing as a perfect game, is there? Maybe apart from Doom or something. Doom was rather groundbreaking, so really this game is rather extraordinary for the time. Yeah, Doom was pretty amazing. I think there are perfect games. Do you know what I think? Like, it's possible to identify a perfect game. I'm just not sure it's possible to make a perfect game. Like, I can look at every game that I love and say, if they changed these things, it'd be perfect for me. But it's hindsight based. And also, it's also based on like opportunity. Like, how long did they have to solve some of these problems? How many resources did they have available to them? Were they running out of time? It's really hard to stick the landing on that stuff in a way that's flawless, which I'm learning about. It's not just like, do they think of fun stuff? It's like, do they manage to get the time and energy to perfect the fun stuff in every corner of the game? It's too hard. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think, like, if I may, I think Mina the Hollower is like it's like a torch carrying indie game. It's like everything that Yacht Club does is like genre defining. So even if I have all these criticisms, it's only because I took the time to stop what I was doing and play the thing. You know what I mean? And I think it's worth playing. And that's something that I don't do for most games. Like, I haven't finished Clair Obscur. That was Game of the Year that year. So the fact that I even was able to dedicate that time and sit through it and play it, and I have so many different notes for my game that I absorbed from Mina. I've learned so much about game design from that game. It's an incredible game, don't get me wrong. The fact that I'm critical about it is partly because I love it. I love what it is, even if it's not for me. My appreciation for it's very high. Okay, so I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then I'll come back and we'll work on more level creation for Insignia. See you in a bit. Yo, we're back. How is Mina compared to Shovel Knight? I think that Shovel Knight is less for me than Mina is. Like, I like Mina more than Shovel Knight. So in that regard, I mean, Shovel Knight is a Mega Man clone. Mina is Legend of Zelda or Castlevania. So it's different in that regard. I prefer the more adventure than just like a straight platformer. Or at least the way that Shovel Knight is. There's this very like NES style of design for platformers that I really don't love, or even like earlier than NES, like Mega Man specifically. Like Mario Brothers I played as a kid. Mega Man has this very, you know, you're sort of like, your jump looks like this, you are a box, you shoot, if the enemies are a box, if the enemies touch you, you know, lose X health, get knocked back, fall into a pit of lava, die. There's like that very like digital way of those games, like the game feel. It doesn't appeal to me. And Shovel Knight feels like that, and Mega Man feels like that, DuckTales feels like that. I prefer the like one hit equals death, that like Mario Brothers, Celeste, Meat Boy, the like more pure platformers where it's less about combat. So for me, though, if I'm going to play a platformer, I prefer a pure platformer, or the combat needs to be a lot more nuanced than like straight dodging hitboxes, spamming the attack button, that kind of thing. And I think Mina is, I mean, it's amazing, it's great. But the combat for me, I would have loved for it to be a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more slower. I would have slowed the game down like 70% of what it is. It's like 100, I would dial it back 30%. Just in terms of speed. I would make like enemies not do damage on contact, which is hard to do for that kind of game. And there's a lot of like, Mina has a lot of moments where it's like, you are on a bridge and there is one tile width and there's an enemy here and there's you here. Don't die. And if you touch the enemy, you fall off and you die. You know, like it does that a lot. And that's not how I like to do. But that's not to say it's bad. It's just the way that generation of games is. What's wrong with that, Robin? Earlier than NES, Commodore 64, Atari 2600. No? Okay. When was Commodore 64? 1982, yeah. Oh, no. I wasn't saying like, yeah, I suppose that's true. But I wasn't using those as example of previous, as older than NES games. Okay, Pitfall. There you go. I'll throw that in there. Okay, let's do some work. So I am working on story. I'm working on chapter 3 and oh man, my brain is just not in a good space for this right now. I think I need to like decompress a little bit after Mina. I think that game has just put me in this like not great headspace of like, I've been mashing the attack button a lot the last couple of days and all in frustration, and also appreciating and thinking about what it does right and how I should change that for my game. And I've been not sleeping very well. So now my brain is like full of, what's the word? Stress chemicals, cortisol, and I'm a bit tired. And it's like, and now work on your game and don't think about all the cool things you could put in it from Mina. One sec, pals, just answering something. One sec. Anyway, okay. I got to bring the energy down. So, what's the last thing we added? What I have to do right now is review some music. I have to review music from that and that. I don't know what these adjustments are, but I'm sure it's fine. Sinkhole. Okay, let's go and have a listen to these new boss sound effects in chapter 2. I also have some work I need to do to prepare for Luca to do some work this week. So let's turn this off. Let's go to Fmod and let's have a listen to some sound effects. Got to get our priorities right today, chat. Let's go into focus mode. I'm going to try to regulate things, create some homeostasis up in here. Homeostasis? Homeostasis? What do we call that? Why is that not proper? Is that better? Oh, that seems better. Okay. Sound effects. Boss, enemy, boss, Aru. Let's have a listen. We're going for charge telegraph. Okay, yeah. And cast charge. That's cool. It might be too high impact. Strong. Definitely wouldn't want to do multiple in succession. The power in that. I will be able to use this until I think I have to prototype it. Once I am prototyping it, I'll leave some feedback. Maybe in... I'll write down some feedback and then I'll send it to him in the most appropriate place afterward. So let's quickly write this feedback in project management. This is not, I mean, it's free as a trial. Like you can use it if you use it in trial mode, which is just like you get 3 documents, but it's, and like drafts, but it's not free if you work with a team. This is Figma. So we're going to go sound effects schedule, and then we're looking at the laser. Okay. Let's leave that where it is, and I can close this now. So the other thing that I needed to do was, what are we going to do with Luca? So he has a bit more time on his schedule left, and I have some designs that I would like him to do, or at least I need to give him some designs to do. It's hard because I've got enemies he could work on or environments he could work on. I'm a bit sour on working on any of that content right now, just because I feel like I'm in such a different mindset when I'm working on the grey boxing, that to just put time into something because we have the time feels a little bit it feels a bit out of order. At the same time, I mean, like something there must be something harmless we could do. I mean, the thing that sticks out to me is the froggen. Hello? Oh, there it is. So I really like this enemy. But, well, I really feel like, I mean, maybe we could get him to do the walk. How do I feel about the walk? That doesn't look very good. Let's see if we can work on him a little bit today. There's patrol and there's stand guard. I want him to stand guard. So is there an option where it looks like he has patrol and stand guard, and then, oh, I say is guard, and then he'll just stand still instead of patrolling. Is that how that works? Nice. I think he moves quite well. A specific light fixture? Yeah, there's actually two lights. There's a blue one and there's a pink one. And they just sit either side. This is the blue light faces this way. Pink light faces this way, and I just get hit from the two sides. I got this. This is an Anko branded one. This is like, in Australia we have Kmart, and Kmart has a brand called Anko, and it's basically just Chinese, whatever. It's really cheap. They're actually just USB lights. It's like a strip of LEDs from the floor to. It's like a meter and 20 centimeters, 260s. More than that, maybe meter and 40, like 4 foot high. And they're not super bright. They're bright enough to cast a shadow on my face, but a light on my face. But yeah, they just have a little stand. So I think he's working pretty well. The walk. The only thing I don't like about it is it's a little bit jittery. He sort of goes, which I don't love. If we slow him down and just watch it. There are 4 lights. It's these two plus 2 studio lights. Do Americans not have Kmart? They have a different. There was a Kmart in America and it's now gone. Okay, I think what I need to do is see the head, how it goes forward, then down, and then back, and then forward again. That can't be there. It has to be stable. Horizontally on the x-axis, it has to be still, because the moving back and forth while it's shuffling forward it's disorientating. So like, let's draw a line. Let's say link all this together. That's his eyeball right there. So we can just take that and just, oops. Who's excited for FF7 Revelations? Revelation? I am. Do they not have Woolworths? No, they don't have Woolworths. There was a Woolworths in the UK, but that's a different Woolworths too, a long time ago. And they don't sell, it's not groceries. That's more stable. Wait, Coles has food. Coles has food? Coles, yeah, Coles. Yeah, Australia has kind of just like a duopoly when it comes to supermarkets. So there's just like two big chains that just basically drive all the prices. We have Aldi as well, but they don't sort of, they do compete, but they're not as popular. IGA exists as well, but it's again less. It's kind of like, I don't know what to say about IGA. Again, probably less competitive. Maybe in Sydney it's less competitive. It might be more competitive in Queensland, I think. Coles and Woolies really have a strong grip in Sydney, not just in like they control the supply chain. You know, they own farms. It's very difficult. If you're a farmer and you're not part of their like, you know, set, you can tell, like they have like food prices where it's like, this is food. This is the same food, but it's the home brand food and it's much cheaper. It's like, well, how can they afford to do that? Well, they've probably bought out the farm that produces that particular strain of whatever, the produce. And so any non-participating farm that's trying to sell their wares through Woolworths is just not going to be able to sell at the same price and get the same cut. So they have to raise their prices, and means nobody's going to buy that farmer's stuff. So, but it's either sell it at a premium or get out of Woolworths because no one's going to buy your stuff. So it's tough. Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know if it's like they own them outright. I think that might not be possible. I don't know if it's legal, but they have like their, you know, it's like they must have signed a deal with specific farms to get produce at bulk prices or whatever. I don't know how they figure it out, but it's like clearly some, like whoever they're getting their food through, they can afford to do it at a much, much, much more affordable price for them and for the consumer. It just means like way less diversity. Like all the smaller businesses, the family-owned farms, they can't compete. Yeah. It's kind of similar to like, you know, the music industry and the game industry even, you know, like if you have a publisher, they're going to make sure people buy your game, but they're going to take a bunch of money. Same in music, you know, you want a music producer, like not a producer, a publisher. Your label's going to make sure your songs get heard, but you're not going to see much of it. But would you prefer that or nothing? I think it's the same kind of situation. Like you either stay in business or you go out of business. Those are your options. And you don't get to set the price because it's not really competitive. You can't outcompete the big guys, because when they buy, let's say they sign some deal to get, the one that always gets me is like, if you go to Coles, they have broccolini and then they have baby broccoli, and it's the same exact vegetable as far as I know more or less the same. It's the thin, long broccoli. But the Coles home brand family baby broccoli, or whatever it's called, is like a third of the price of the one that's broccolini. It feels a bit like a champagne is only in the Champagne region of France kind of thing. It's like maybe the name broccolini comes from this, like they own it or something like that. But then instead of trying to just compete, they just like, I don't know, found some way to breed the version, you know, that they want to sell, mass produce that, and then sell it for a third of the price. And the thing is, they can sell it at that price because they can afford to take the hit in specific areas. This is where like a big chain is always going to beat a little guy, because it's like leading with a loss in game console sales. You know, like Sony or Nintendo can afford to sell the consoles at a loss because they make it up with game sales. Well, if you're Woolworths, you know, maybe you're selling your milk at a really, really low margin. That's like the home brand milk, but you're making it up with other sales across the store. So you can afford to compete in very specific strategic areas that force other players out of the market. Oops. Whoops. I want to see his walk cycle. Bro. I need to fix these encounters. Well, you won't be able to get up there anyway without. The two enemies that do contact damage, man. My least favorite encounters in the game right now. I think I'm getting over the fast frame rates. I think I need to go slower, simpler. And this is pretty good. But maybe like these frames, we could stabilize the head a bit more. Watching Mina, I just feel like there's so much economizing happening with the animations, and for me to like work at that level and get the most out of the production, it's like maybe I need to do that too. Just be even more economical with the frame timings. It doesn't bother me, the off-grid stuff. Not in. My brother was like, "Does it annoy you?" I'm like, "No, not really. It's fine. It's not an issue." think it's going to look good. I just think the frame rate's a little fast on that move, on the movement. So we're at frame rate 12. We must be animating by hand. Yeah. Okay. I think we could afford to make him step forward a little bit further. And I think we could afford also to bring the frame rate down. That's just my sense. To 10. Yeah, more aggressive. Oh. I need to find an area to fight one where I can run away or just like turn off its attack behavior and just let it walk around. Or better yet, I'd love a way to control them. So I could pilot one for a bit. That would be really sick. I'm sure I could. I'm sure I could write a script to let me pilot the enemies. Maybe I should do that. Maybe it's time for that. Rivals of Insignia. Okay, let's do this. All right. So what I think I want is it's basically a player input controller. Okay. Honestly, I think then we'll just have button states. I really want this to be a dictionary. It might not be able to do that though. Unless maybe I can create something here. Public struct. Well, that's not really a dictionary, is it? And I don't want it to be a serializable dictionary. It's really just got to be like it's a dictionary of buttons by state. I think we just got to let it be what it is. States by button, sorry. Jump, roll, attack, special. That's what it is anyway. And then how do these input button states work? I guess like if state is not null, state dot if state dot complete is complete. If state is complete, set environmental state, else. Oh well, state dot do anyway. Hey, River Links. And then I suppose we could do like set input states. Here, public void set input state. And it's not this, it's if input dot attack dot is buffered. And then the thing about the ground state is that I would expect, I mean, if I go to like player ground control, that has like a bunch of different states, which I don't need. So instead, what we'll do is we'll make a new one called public class enemy ground control. Enemy controller. So this is really like grounded enemy. Maybe I should think about that. So we'd have like public state idle, public state navigate, and then like public void override, void do. And this is not an enemy controller. This is a behavior state or a character state. So if input dot xdir is none, then set idle. Else this one's a little tougher. It's walk, but it's not. It's like do an animation, move in a direction, player ground control has like vel x equals. It's like this thing here. This is like the input controller. So face direction, move in the direction. I don't think we need the skidding. We don't need the sprinting. We just need the velocity moving in a direction. So this walk is a ground navigate, and ground navigate says I'm going to walk until I stop. I don't think a navigate has does it have a destination? It does. Does it have a boolean that says like stop at destination? Yeah. So I guess what we just do is we just spam. This is what I have been doing. You spam the walk and you say walk dot set destination. I guess it has to be a navigate. And it's just like input dot dir minus a player position plus what is this? This is a vector 2, right? And this vector 3. So you're moving towards where we're pressing the input button. And then just go. Okay. I think this is already doing this. I think we have to just say base.do. And if I look at that, I think that has a bunch of stuff about. This could be like ground navigate. And if I look at that, it has at destination, not on ground, not safe to walk. So it's already got all that stuff in there. Okay. So idle or walk, that's it. Just do those two things. So that's actually pretty good. And then state ground. Okay, set in input states ground, and ground is going to be this. So that actually works for me. I think we call these behavior. I'm not sure state inherits from mono behavior. It's just a thing of class iState. So if I want to be able to plug these in, they have to be behaviors. Mono behaviors. which means this has to be a mono behavior too, which means it becomes a behavior state, which means it gets its own class. Okay. I got to take a quick break and we'll be back in a bit. If I end up being able to control these enemies, like right now, I'm going to be very impressed. Be right back. Hello. I have a tea. It's burning me. Chat, I missed you. I missed you, chat. That's why I came back. I miss being in this environment and just getting my work done. I'm so, it's so important that I do all of this stuff and I do it right and I'm moving fluidly and making good decisions. And very difficult for me not to... very difficult for me to be away from it these days, the work, because it feels so important. Okay. I'm gonna try something here. I don't know if this is gonna work or not. It might not work, but I want to try it anyway. Actually, play it. Okay, enemy player behavior. Right now, Insignia to work needs a character called player character. Not called that, of type player character. It needs an instance of that. This is enemy controller is a character type. So actually this isn't an enemy that you're controlling. This is literally a new kind of character that we're gonna give a bunch of enemy animations to test them out. I don't think this is actually what we want. Pardon me. I don't think what we want is to recreate enemies. Well, maybe we could. There's two strategies. Strategy one is enemy animation test strategies. A, build an enemy, then hack its brain, its brain to make it move around. B, build a thing that can be given enemy animations and piloted as the player. So I don't actually know which is better. One lets us just build the enemies the way we'd expect to and then pilot them. But there'll be a bunch of competing logic that is for allowing the enemy to automate that we won't have access to or that might get in the way. Whereas the other one, we'd build it and then we can't use any of that for the actual enemy. We'd have to recreate all the animations and stuff. Well, not animations, but the behaviors. It is all module based, so it's not a huge deal either way. It just feels like something where I would want to be able to look at an enemy, put a little chip on its brain and pilot it around rather than, that was the mindset, and then tune it based on that. So, I mean, we don't even need to do that in a scene that doesn't have Armin in it. We could probably just disable Armin in the scene and then just well, this comes back to the thing of controlling the camera at least. So player character is a type of character that has all this extra stuff. Being able to do wall control and jump ability, ground control. These are all things that I expect you to if you're controlling the game as the player, you need these states. But maybe that was over ambitious. Player ground control even. Maybe all of this stuff just goes away. What other states do we have here? This is fine. Armin shader, probably not. Interesting. So base speed. What happens if I take... Well, these have references, don't they? But are they here? Where are they referenced? Oh, this is grabbed. Getting grabbed by an enemy. Yeah, that needs to be there. But this is sort of... Hey, Sirki. Welcome. Hey, 72 months. That's crazy. Game ready when? When game ready. Getting closer. We're gonna do a big funding drive very soon. I'm gonna be contacting some publishers and doing some stuff and getting some advice, and then we need to scale up the team. Hey, Lathe. I'm at a place now where I know what I need to make. The game is like fleshed out in terms of the bones, but now it needs, well, the game is boned out. It needs the flesh. So just filling the levels and implementing the story that I've written, which is too big for me at this point. So just need more hands. But we've solved, I think, the game. I feel like I know the vertical slice is like really, really good. How enemies work, how the abilities you unlock, item economy stuff, crafting, it's all great. Telling story in a chapter works. Fast travel, all that. It's more just like, okay, now we have to shoot the movie, you know? Okay. So I think for now, this is the easiest thing that we can do. So let's just do that. The only thing is, camera-wise, how does that work? I suppose I could just not worry about the camera. Just put a player character in the space and then put the enemy in the space and let them both figure it out. So like drop Armin in and some fake enemy and do whatever. Okay. So let's create a new empty game object called enemy puppet. It is a player input control, but where does that get sent to? Get sent to the input? To the controller, which is an input control. Yeah, okay, that's good. Maybe this would be easier if I take a Froggen, break him out, unpack the prefab. Well, maybe we don't need to unpack it, but let's just do it anyway. Let's remove this and then call this enemy player control. And then we can just drag everything in. Player input control, that goes there. I think input intent can go away. Self-awareness, target awareness, character data doesn't exist for this guy. He's got his own life component, his own animator, status effect container. I don't know how that works. And then we've got this stuff, which we don't need right now, but well, there will be a stun, won't there? That's that. And then we need the okay, you go here. So back over at player enemy controller, we have ground, air, and then the rest of it. So let's call it in fact, we could remove this and give it its actual walk. We need the idle as well. Where'd that go? Okay. Hey, Zizzy. And then, like, literally, we could probably just take its movement behavior, drag that in there. That's patrol, but I want the actual idle. Oh. There we go. And then, I mean, then I drag this into enemy controller. Ground becomes ground. Air, I don't think we have anything for that yet, but that's okay. And then what happens if we just press play? Invalid cast exception. That's interesting. On ability capture manager, it doesn't need that anymore. And let's see what happens if we turn Armin off. Game still runs. Can I make you move? This is the trick. So let's have a look at enemy ground control to Major Tom. Debug.log. Nope. Okay, let's look at the state tree. Nope. That's weird. This is a character, which is a state machine core. But Unity programmers, what Unity programmers usually do while their scripts are compiling and the domain is reloading after they added white space in the code. They use hot reload and then they don't have to do that. Take a sip of tea. Sorry, I forgot to mute it then. I looked at the mic and I was like, I'll cough first, then I'll mute it. Whoops. Okay. first of all, you come over here. Let's turn you off. Press play. Nothing yet, but we're getting there. Let's leave him on. Press play. Then turn him off. And then... Hey! We got it! I made him move. Oh, friends. Wow. Shape fitting mechanics. I'm not sure what that means. So, how does this work? It's modeling on a curve. I think I wanted it to be a little bit faster. And I wanted the animation to play a little faster too. Maybe this is a little bit too aggressive. I could also have done this very differently. I could have done the root motion thing. I don't know why I didn't do that. I think that would have worked a lot better actually. Maybe I didn't have the root motion tool when I built this character. Anyway. Oh, it's not for shape-shifting. No. This is just for debugging. Sorry, I thought you wrote shape-fitting. No, not shape-shifting. Okay. So player input behaviors, movement behavior, walk. When we set walk, the walk already has the frame rate inside of it. So if I go to the ground behaviors and I look at the walk, it's already set to 10 FPS. If I set it back to 12, it'll do that at 12 FPS. It looks great. I don't know what you think. I could probably bring this back to here. So that it's more fluid. And we could probably stretch it out a little bit further. Another 16 pixels. I just tuned in and I was wondering why so much code was necessary for left to right movement. That hopping motion is also seen often in platformers. Oh, no, that code wasn't really related to this. I mean, there was the curve for sure was a bit more than you probably would normally see, but the code was, I mean, the code's pretty simple. This is, I don't know, this is just me controlling the rest of it. So this is like I can push different buttons to make it do different things. And this is a generic script, so I can make any enemy do anything as a debug thing. But then this enemy ground control, I mean, that's not a lot of code. That's all I'm using to make it do stuff. And all of, I mean, it's just that. But yes, there is a lot of code for how this thing works. I think like from here, might want to do more like keep this one kind of linear. Yeah. And then from here, we go a bit more like that. But instead of this, it might be more like maybe over 2 frames. I am doing some funky modeling stuff here, for sure. There is some weird movement matching stuff that I'm trying to do. I think that looks really good. We're definitely beyond the point of it being good enough, so let's just leave it at that. No, Insignia will not involve Armin moving as other characters. That's not the idea. G'day. I'm making that happen. It does actually set the character's actual velocity, yeah. Man, this is actually really useful. I'm glad I wrote this script. There's plenty wrong about this that I would fix. And I can only really feel it as the player. That's so weird. That's not even something I'd ever thought about. Okay. So let's design these a little bit better. I still think the jump is really cool. I'm not sure about it. But maybe we could put the jump in. It feels like something a frog should be able to do, right? Maybe even come down on top of you. I don't love this frame anyway. I think this is just like not how I would do it today. I think just like playing Mina the Hollow, I just changed my brain in terms of how I think these should act. But I also don't think I could get away with doing it the way that they do it because the fidelity's too high. So what does it mean to do it this way? I think it means like striking more confident key poses that I can slide around a bit more easily. No, I think like you can put a character in a pose that looks like anything, and if it's just sliding forward, it works. Whereas here, I need to sort of explain why is his foot planted this way. You know, there's a different set of mental standards you place on higher fidelity art. But I can't afford for us to do what we did with this. I mean, even this guy, we kind of kept it pretty light. Maybe that's fine. This is expensive, but like... this guy has so many frames. It's just... it's not even that crazy. Like, he's still just... like, that's just a lot of frames, you know? So I think I just need to think a bit more about like what I want him to do. I think the two hands, it doesn't even work anyway. That's not even how I would do it if I was this guy. I'm almost finished. I'm at the final boss fight. You know what he could do? He could stick his tongue out attached to the mace and slam it down in front of you. Now, I know we've already got things that stick their tongue out, but... I'm also a little hesitant about this. This is so similar to something else that I've got in the game that looks exactly like this. The dandelion spore. Which looks like this now. It feels like it should be the same thing. And then we have... this guy. And then he's got these like, what are they called? Cattails? Foxtail? Forbidden hot dog? Cattails. So I think something like that is what I want for these guys. Maybe it should be something like thorns in like a flail even, or like a conker. Thistle. We don't have thistles in Australia, I don't think. That's actually crazy. That's really cool. Yeah, I can see that. And the pink is actually perfect for what I want to do with it. So let's take a beat to redesign it.
It has been
Looks like it can be brown on the stem. All right. You know what? Better option. Just do that. It can't be green because he's green. That's the only problem. It's too much, too obvious. But if it's dried out, maybe it'll be all right. Maybe with some green aspects. Works. Okay. Typically, I would make anything that hurts you, I would make it white. But in this context, I don't know. I feel like it needs to be brighter. Not brighter, darker. Hello. Okay. It's maybe a little too detailed, I wonder. What do you think? Usually with this kind of stuff, I try to keep it simple, especially these days because I don't have so little resources, but I think it looks good for sure. Just enough? Sweet. Okay. Maybe we can have some particles pop up. I just think one of the things that I'm learning from Mina, the Hollower, which I really like, is just the volume of enemies they've got in that game. There's just so much stuff. I think I need like a lot of very simple enemies. How can you tell the art is done? I have a standard that as long as it meets the standard, it's done. Like this, I can't really fix anything here to make it more clear or detailed. I'm pretty sure this is as far as I want to go. I could fidget around for ages, but like I'm already there and I know that players aren't going to notice, so I stop. Like it's already doing what it needs to do, so I'm done. You have to have like a constraint about like what it needs to be first, and then that helps decide whether you're done. All right, I'll get to that later. Any other design considerations? I feel like he probably could use a bit more personality. Another thing that I just watching the enemies in Mina, it's like there's so much personality, and it's taken me a long time to get there. And here, like this most recent stuff is definitely getting closer. Like this guy feels like he could be in a, he's got the right amount of stuff in him. I think it's the dark purple that for me doesn't really get there. I almost feel like I like the cane situation here. He used it like a walking stick, but I kind of want something that's a little bit more. I don't know what it is. It's just got more societal. Like he has more of a role, like a rank maybe. The Hubaran look great. The Bustards, they've got like more, you can even tell culture. It's like, oh, they're like more, it's like metalworking and helmets and thinking about how that fits their head shape and stuff like that, which is great. So I think these guys aren't supposed to be super sophisticated, but I still want to see some secondary motion in how they move. I want to see a little bit more personality, identification, that kind of stuff. So I mean, if we look at frogs, this is Frog. I don't mind the little whiskers. Is that a toad? Which frogs have those whiskers? None of them, right? Is that even a thing they do? Something about like lily pads, I think, is an important one. The wind and the willows. Yes, the wind and the willows, Peter Rabbit and Redwall were original kind of inspirations of like what I wanted the animals to feel like in my game. Particularly, like you can see here, like it's something, it's not supposed to be like the furry Disney thing. It's supposed to be more like European than that. I feel like the characters in like Disney films are always so human. They're supposed to be like really likable. Whereas like a lot of the like European, English, British kind of like fiction and how they do, anthropomorphic animals, it's more like they're not meant to appeal to us. They're just meant to be them as us. In a weird way, if that makes sense. Like you're not meant to like them or find them attractive. They're just are animals who happen to be wearing waistcoats and whatever. And they're not really very like tool using animals, are they? They just are what they are. They just live. I could probably do something with like frogs sitting on other frogs in a stack. I don't really want to do that. So instead I'll take some environmental things. Maybe this was supposed to be like a bit of an Undertaker kind of thing. The hood and the frilly thing, like medieval. this situation. None of this is what I was looking for. This kind of thing. Not this one, not Victorian. More like Dark Ages. Not Middle Ages. Okay, well, this is not what I want. Is it Gaul? Where is Gaul? Not quite. I'm thinking like not Goths. It's the wrong Goths. Like the Goths. Like actual the Goths. Like I'm thinking like yeah, maybe that's still too a little bit too far north. Maybe it's like the Britons, like the actual, not quite Celtic. I'm really thinking like the way that like Robin Hood, or like King Arthur, that's 1300. But it probably is around this. Yeah. I guess like the Crusades would be around that time. They can take your world. They can take your heart. 1100. Yeah. The thing is, if I search this, I'm just going to get, the Teutonic Knights, which is not what I want. It's kind of this thing. This sort of like very like poor, like maybe like the layers is a thing. There's something there about like just like putting a bunch of stuff together. Anyway, I'll figure it out. It's a good thing I didn't put any effort into any of this stuff yet. Let me just take this and just like, we'll just try again. know what I was going for here. I just didn't quite get there, did I? Still. I want like the fold. I don't think I'm going to get there. I think to do that, I would need to close this side to make it more side on. I'd need to get rid of this eye and flatten this out and bring this one forward. And then I could bring the hood off this way. And maybe that's just the way to do it. Maybe it doesn't need to be so. Yeah, well, I just think I can style it more clearly. I can show like the back of it if he turns his head. I mean, it could protrude a little. It just depends on what I want to do with it. It's not really a matter of like fact. It's just whatever looks good. There are no rules here. Oh, thank you so much. Maybe give him like shoulder pads, or is that too much? I kind of like it. I think I'll get rid of that, but I'll flatten that. Kind of works. Just go over this way, and then maybe we could use a different color, unless we think of it as one big thing. I just think I've kind of gone, I've kind of lost the thread of his like clothing even. Like, do we instead just grab this and then this, and we say, okay, he's wearing tights. Maybe even that just takes it one step further. Just color coding it. Could probably even do this. That versus that. Maybe we lost some of that width in the face. Maybe we can make the eye protrude. And I think more pointy nose is another one as well. All right, let's go crazy with the eye. It's definitely more realistic that way. I think I'll go back to this. That's looking pretty good. And then I might shift this color. Oh, I like that shade. That's okay. It's not in the same project file as where the actual thistle is. Yeah, the thing is, in my game, all of the characters' eyes have this 2-line vertical like this. It does make them more frog-like to do that. I agree. I'm just not sure if I want to go there. suppose we could just try it. Just leave it. I'm just trying to... I'm minding the consistency of art style. Okay. So then what's going on down here? This feels like just a void, doesn't it? I think it's okay. But maybe we'll give him like a belt. But I think there's something about the belt that we could do something interesting with. I'm just not sure what it is yet. And I probably will make it this color palette. Maybe brighter. Gold is a little bit too much, I think, but it needs to be more, maybe like a pin or something. Something that feels a little more appropriate. Or like more like a loop than like a belt buckle per se. Like it's too machined this way. It's too like they don't have blacksmiths. And I think this color should be a bit brighter. Oh yeah. Maybe we don't go quite so far with these. Keep them as like shorts. Maybe not. I don't like that this makes it look like his mouth is open. That's the one thing I don't like. Maybe if I do something like this going down, that'll just solve that. Or take the emphasis away from this. You prefer... Well, it's not a mouth. It's the top of its nose. At least it's supposed to be. I think I prefer this one anyway. I think we've gone a little too realistic. There's too much texture. I think I need more of a story for these guys. Like what are they? I think I've already kind of like, I've written it down, but it's like, I think I need to tell it visually. Like, what are you supposed to think about this guy? How do they make money? Do they use money? Are they considered part of civilization, or are they monsters? I think they're supposed to be very insular. They're supposed to be kind of like they keep to themselves, and they are, what's the word? I'll explain it. They're kind of like goblins. That's the idea. But like, or like hobgoblins. That's what they're like. Like, kind of, like they think about themselves only. They're very insular. They don't communicate much with others. They fight each other, but they're mostly solitary, so they don't run into each other much. They're sort of territorial, and they really like hobgoblins. Damn. They sort of like have this, how would you put it? Imagine if like, what's an example? Like there's a hierarchy among them, but because they spend a lot of time alone, it's not expressed very often. They don't have a society so much as they have like a vague mythology. They're not like, they don't hunt in packs. They're not like pack related. Skavens are the rats, aren't they? Yeah, not as like industrious. More like, you know, it's like, they're kind of just, I mean, they're thugs, certainly. I think I need them to look a little bit like this guy. He looks a little less sophisticated than this guy. This guy's wearing like a belt and pants and a shirt. I think this is too pretty. There's too much going on here that looks good. Maybe the color as well is too much. I also wonder if they're too clothed. I mean, I like the purple. I think it suits the idea, but I'm having trouble telling the story about, I mean, like maybe it should be just more tattered. I do have some lore. I'm just thinking about how attached to it I am. Maybe something to do with the silhouette as well. The hump too big? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yeah, so the idea is that this land used to have a few different civilizations that lived on it, or like races of creature. The land is now human run, and the previous like custodians of the land, who were like the rulers, were deer, and the deer have been pushed underground. And since then, the frogs have sort of, because they blend in a bit better, because they're a little bit more prepared to deal with the humans, at least in some fashion, they they kind of like won the right to the territory because they were less organized. Not less organized, but like the deer were like a civilization. Too much volume back compared to the one on the right, for example. Yeah, but like a frog's body is like that's the head. It's like a big head, and that's what I'm trying to like. That's what I'm looking at. Frogs are like fully. That's like a frog's body, you know. They're like so hunched. They live. Look at that. They're like horizontal. So they don't have a neck. So they have to have a big, like, I have to show them as mostly being horizontal like that. Like he's almost too upright. But anyway. I'll keep that. I think it's looking good. I think I just want him to be a little bit... I mean, I hate this, but I make all the characters wear like gray clothes. It just ends up being what I end up doing. I mean, he's green, so like maybe it's okay. It can't be red. Yeah, I think maybe, I mean, let's try it with this, and then we'll take this away. And this. Go back to our this. And maybe the weapon has all the color in it. Where did I get the green from? Oh, because it's using RGB. Yeah, not great, is it? It's a bit much. It's a bit much. It's a bit much. Yeah, he definitely looks poorer there, which I like. I think this green can't stay. I think this has to be all like pink. Maybe we take the purple and we move it over to this. No, I think I liked it green. But what do we do? I mean, I can make it brown, the stem. That works. And then keep it in the same palette. It's just a little close to his eyeball, isn't it? If we separate it a bit more, it might work. It's very elaborate. Yeah, we could make it decayed a bit more. I just think it's probably a little too spiky. We could maybe even darken this part. If they're goblinesque, wouldn't their clothes and weapons be things they've taken from others? Yes. It's an option. But I also think, like, how else can I clothe them? Like, they have to have their own kind of clothes. A bit more rough. Maybe that's the ticket. Even just that, I think, does something for the storytelling that we weren't getting before. I might just see if I can bring this back a little bit. It's getting a little bit too strong, the spikies. I mean, what if I... Oh, that's way better. Let's just get rid of that color. There we go. Could even make it more of a almost like a mace, like a heavy at the top. Not a mace. I don't know what you call that. Like I think the silhouette of coming like out like that is nicer than a ball with a thing on top. More like floral. Like it's like bloomed. Cool. I think we've made progress. I like it a lot. I just want to try one more thing. I think the eyes have got to go this way. I know that they look better the other way, but I think they fit the game better this way. Let's see it in the game. I will admit, he looks very detailed. I almost don't think that's an enemy. Maybe it does need it to be a little bit more... Maybe it needs to be more alien, just to take it out of that friendly space. Yeah, I don't trust that guy. I think if he's moving in like an attacky way, then it'll work. I think he just needs an idol where he's holding the thing more like a weapon. Right now, it's because he's just like very stoically holding it out. It doesn't look like he's going to fight us. But if we give him a different idol pose where it's more aggressive, I think it will work. He looks too much like he's a friend. So the short version of that is something like that. And certainly that does something where it puts the pointy end towards us in a way that goes, hang on, careful. You don't want to get spiked, do you? Hold it. Hold it right there, buddy. Now it's more like a spear, which actually is kind of cool. I might keep that. I know I've literally made it a mace this whole time. but I think it'll work as a spear. Well, they are petals. That's the thing. We've made them. I mean, they're not metal, but maybe they should look more. I don't know. We deliberately went from where they were, which was like a ball with spikes, black ball, silver spikes, to now we have something that looks like this. And I thought this worked better in the world. Can't be that color, and it can't be that color. It has to be the dark color or some other color entirely. Well, it still has a bit of a curve on it. It's not perfect, but could do something like with the tip, where we do sort of like a round opening. It doesn't really work. Maybe we can do I still like it. I still think it looks good. I think we can simplify this to make it just a bit more obviously a big spiky weapon. And I think if we push this foot forward, this one right here, more like that, and have him his leg kind of like kicking out that way. I think that will make it look like it's heavier. Like he's counterbalancing it. And then kick this heel in this way. Bring this leg like that. I was going to ask before if considered again getting a team to help you, but watching your thought process would make it really difficult. I have a team to help me. This work that I'm doing right now is work that's preliminary before another team member takes it. They're going to help me animate it. So yeah, certainly it would help. Well, you have to start it that way. I think the vision is very clear. I don't think it's ideal that I'm the only source of vision for the project, but because the project is still very small and unfunded, I have to play creative director. I have to. And that, as creative director, I have to do everything, at least to start. I have to sort of like set up everything. Just because I am the one with the most experience in this area as well. Like, I'm the pixel artist, you know, on the team. Everybody else is actually learning pixel art, kind of like from me. So it's kind of like, even if they are at a place where they can help work on it, I have to lead, you know, in that response, in that respect. At least for now. I think there will come a time when we have like capable pixel artists who have a lot of experience, who have done some sort of creative work on games, who can kind of like pick up a lot of sort of like the less critical stuff. Where do I find people to work with? Well, I mean, I have my YouTube channel and I have my Discord community, and so people find me there. And I've put like in the past like calls out for work, like, hey, I'm working on this game, like if anyone wants to help me, put your resume in and we'll, you know, work on it. We'll see if you're a good fit, that kind of thing. So I've actually done like tryouts in the past, and to be honest, like it worked really well. Like the team I have now, I met that way. Yeah, I don't think we quite got it yet. This needs to be like way more expressive too. If I take this away, I think these strands need to be like quite long and quite maybe like tattered. Be like one behind. Pretty good. It's just so dark in there. And very cramped visually. especially between the hands and the feet. Maybe what I can do with the feet is make them darker just by default, just to create contrast between the hands and the feet. Yeah, I agree with you, Tea Leaf. Or maybe we should do one more version where we change the clothes entirely. So I quite like the sort of skirt rag tatters thing. The cat doesn't really have a hood like that. Yeah, I don't want to do, for the thistle, I don't want it to feel like it's flexing, because I don't want it to feel like it's going to snap. Okay, I have an idea. We could do like... Okay, I want to make like a bit of a departure here. It's looking very snake-like. We gotta be so careful of that. What's the difference? It's that mouth, man, but we can't really do that. You know what? Maybe I'll do this. It's this dark. If I make this light, I think that makes it frog. Yeah. Immediately. It's just that, like, in Insignia, like, what does that even... No, I think it's okay now. The thing is, it's not supposed to look like an actual frog. It's supposed to be like, you know, like if you look at my cats, they don't look like cat, like they look like cat people. This looks like a frog in almost like a different game to Insignia, but I think that's okay. I think the frogs themselves are just so hard to, like, they're so alien looking anyway that, like, you can't really, it's fine. Anyway, let's keep going. So I was thinking maybe like leaf shoulder blade things. Dude, could frogs look any more alien? Frogs look like they're from another planet. without question. No? Hey, thanks for the follow, Del. This is hard. It was from, it's not from Celeste, but it was by the Celeste composer for Minecraft, that song. It was Pig Step by Lena. I actually kind of like this open, what's the word? Lena Rain, her name is. I like this open kind of like collar thing going on. That's kind of cool. What do you call that? Yeah, I was thinking a leaf, and then I was like lily pad, and they're green, and I was like, well, green's not going to work with the skin that well, so maybe if I go for like an autumn leaf, like a maple leaf, that might work a bit better. That was the idea behind the brown, but maybe that's too much. It doesn't need to be armor. It just needs to be something that he's wearing, you know. It doesn't need to specifically say that he's going to not take damage if he gets hit there or anything like that. I think I'm going to go through with it. I think I'm going to keep going. We could go for pink. I just want to try. I think maybe yellow will work. But pink's good too. Ooh, we could do something with the like lotus thing. You know what? That brown separation might work though. If we do make it green and we do this underneath it. It's going to be a nightmare to animate. I feel sorry for whoever gets that job. I'll make it easier for them. Hang on. And then I'd fold it over. Around his arm, I suppose. I guess I would want it more like here, and then that folds that way, and then we can do that with it. And the same thing here. Yeah, but we don't want to be too obsessive about making it look real. We more want to focus on making it look like what it looks like. Because people aren't going to be looking at references of lily pads when they're watching the game. Is it too weird? Too similar? Yeah, I agree. I think it's too similar to the skin. We could change it to be like a different color altogether. But I think like I don't know. What do we do? We could try brown. We could try brown. Let's darken that and then make this like maybe this color into that color. That's too bright. So then it must be that into that into that. And then maybe we do another one on the other side. But too close to his mouth, so drop it down. My wife is making chicken schnitzel and it smells so friggin' good right now. Chat. And then we could actually, we could just lose the pants. Kind of works. I think we can improve on this even more. I think maybe like it almost feels like it should be a hat, right? Doesn't it feel like it should be a hat? There's a Pokemon that has a hat like this, right? Is it Lotad? Lombre? Right, because it's a friggin' sombrero. Of course he does. Lombre. Lily pad hombre. Hey, it's Lombre. Yo es Lombre. That's crazy that they designed that. It's actually kind of cool. This could be a yes and exercise, right? It doesn't have to be that we choose one of these things. We could choose all of them. Lily pads have the stem underneath, so we could do something like where the stem's coming out the back. Well, yes, because one of the Mortal Kombat characters is wearing a what is it, like a rice farmer's hat. Ugh. I don't like that. Hello? Hello?
Are you done?
Can be for you. When is it ready? It smells really good.
It's nearly done.
Okay, I'll be out in a bit. You know what we could do? We could have like multiple of these things. Ooh. Very if it was Australian, it could be the hat with the corks on it to stop the flies getting in his face. Although that would be the opposite of what he'd be wanting to do with them. I had one more idea where you take this and you go like this. It's kind of cool. I don't know. Is it? Do we just go for it? It feels like this guy has to live in the same universe as this. That's the problem. So I got to solve this, but not right now. Thank you, everybody. This was a great stream. We'll come back tomorrow. We'll work on it more. Okay. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here. Where are we raiding? Where are we dropping, boys? Hyperfox, Chura, Kiel Solar. Anybody? Anybody in A-Sprite? Just me? Let's raid, let's go to art. See if anything cool is going on in there. And it's just all anime boobs. ASMR? You guys like ASMR? Really, it's just anime. Wow, nobody's... Okay, let's get out of here. You guys can go there on your own. Let's raid talk a bit. Thanks, everyone. Had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. I will see you all tomorrow. Wishlist Insignia on Steam if you're interested. That's it. We got merch if you like. Hang on, check that out. I got a recent video on YouTube in the last week. Catch you tomorrow. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.